Poštovane i drage kolegice i kolege, dragi prijatelji, dobro jutro vam želim u ime Udruge Hrvatskih putničkih agencija. Veseli me da smo se okupili ponovno u našem dragom Splitu u hotelu Park u okviru edukacijskog programa koji se realizira u suradnji i uz 100% potporu Turističke zajednice Splitsko-dalmatinske županije. O nekim praktičnim stvarima što se tiče radionice ja ću nešto reći malo kasnije, a sada dajem riječ gospodinu Jošku Steli, direktoru Turističke zajednice Splitsko-dalmatinske županije. Joško.
Hvala, sve vas pozdravljam u ime Turističke zajednice Splitsko-dalmatinske županije. Dakle, kad sam počeo ideju o ovim edukacijama sa UHPON, prijedlog je bio da budu online. Ja sam to odmah odbio i rekao nema smisla ako ljudi ne mogu uživo pitati predavače strane, onda mislim stvarno da to nije ista stvar, jednostavno nije ista razina predavanja. I zato sam odlučio da dođu i gospodin Rob Holmes iz Sjedinjenih Američkih Država koji je bio i gospođa Victoria Smith koja je prvi put u Hrvatskoj, tako da rekla ima odlične dojmove pa ćemo možda malo pričati o tome. Mislim da edukacije su ključ i da ne možemo se samo ograničiti na domaće edukatore. Moramo vidjeti kako kvalitetni edukatori stranih zemalja, gdje ide Europa, gdje ide Velika Britanija, šta oni rade, kakvim alatima se služe, jer mislim da moramo biti županija koja je najprogresivnija i što se tiče agencija, i što se tiče privatnog smještaja, i što se tiče turizma općenito, jer imamo takve prirodne ljepote i kulturu i ljude da ne smijemo sve to iznevjeriti. Zato moramo se educirati, to je moj stav. I što se mene tiče, to ću vam omogućiti i mogu vam samo obećati još više edukacija i još više znanja. Hvala vam što ste došli.
Dragi Joško, hvala još jedanput. Stvarno nam je iznimna čast što imamo priliku surađivati u još jednom iznimno zanimljivom serijalu radionica, kao što je Joško naglasio. Teme su zaista povezane i već po samim naslovima vidite da smo krenuli prema inovacijama, čega se držimo zapravo svih ovih 10 godina koliko usko surađujemo na nizu projekata. Danas je znači naša zadnja radionica u okviru 4. Predavačica je Vicky Smith. Nju smo predstavili kratkim životopisom u samom najavnom pozivu. I što se tiče samoga rasporeda radionice, ništa se bitno nije promijenilo. Znači ono kako smo najavili, krećemo u 10, ali uvijek na ovakvim radionicama imamo jedan mali pomak. U svakom slučaju prvi blok traje 90 minuta i nakon toga imamo jednu dužu pauzu. Naravno sve će ovisiti o broju vaših pitanja, ali računali smo da je to jako važan dio za interakciju međusobnu među vama, kolegicama i kolegama koji mogu na taj način se umrežiti, razmijeniti znanja i iskustva, a jednako tako imati priliku i da sa predavačicom stupite u kontakt i popričate u jednoj ležernijoj atmosferi, povučete koji dim i vratite nam se u 12:30 na drugi dio. Radionicu bismo trebali dakle završiti negdje oko 14:30 i to bi bio onda kraj za ovaj put. Ono što nas jako veseli, to je nismo morali imati COVID potvrde, ne moramo imati maske. Ako mene vidite s maskom, to je zbog mojih godina, ja sam ipak prešla 60, imam jednu staricu doma, pa se moram ipak malo više čuvati. Snima se, znači, za potrebe izvještavanja, objava u medijima i ova radionica se snima, fotografira, tako da vas na to samo podsjećam. Što se tiče prezentacija, nakon što se sve radionice održe, mi ćemo vam svima sudionicima poslati prezentacije koje su predavači pripremili. Na vašim stolovima su markeri i naljepnice, želimo biti održivi, nemamo one klasične plastične bedževe. Možete naljepnice koristiti za napis svoga imena i staviti ga jednostavno i zalijepiti na prsa. Također imate nekoliko handoutsa, znači ono što će biti predmetom nekih grupnih vježbi koje je Vicky pripremila za današnju radionicu. Evo, toliko od mene, stojim vam na raspolaganju, ja sam vaša domaćica i što god vam treba, samo me izvolite kontaktirati. Vicky, floor is yours.
Yes, working. Hello everybody, good morning. How are you all? Good. Thank you, yes. I've been enjoying some Croatian hospitality, care of Veselka at the back. So thank you very much, Croatia, for inviting me, and thank you. It's my first trip here. I have a new passport, and Croatia is my first stamp in my new passport. First trip abroad from the UK, from our small island. We're allowed off it. So first trip in 2 years. So very pleased to be here. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about travel and the new normal and marketing on purpose, because we're seeing values change, right? We're seeing both on the supply side as people need to change and think about resilience, particularly post-COVID, but we're seeing consumers' values change as well. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my life, what I've done and what's happened in the past. And we're going to look at marketing through the ages to get to where we're at, and then we're going to look at how things are moving forward. So I encourage you all, please just ask questions at any point in time. Feel free to stick up your hand and ask me a question or give me an opinion or tell me what you think. And hopefully we can make it quite interactive. I'm going to just keep my notes on me if you don't mind. And just so I understand, who's from a DMO here? Who's from the DMO? Is everybody an agent? Yeah, okay. So, quick question for you. You just raise your hands out of interest. Who makes sustainable lifestyle choices in their daily lives, like in food or in travel? Maybe half, maybe so. Okay. And who works for an organization they would call a responsible or sustainable organization? Are you thinking along those lines in work, or is it not happening yet? Okay, about half again. Okay, cool. So I might touch on some things that you've been, you know about already. I might touch on some things if you were at the workshops with Rob last week. There's probably a bit of overlap. Hopefully it's complementary and we're not going to contradict each other. I doubt very much. I know Rob, so I know he's probably what he said. And we're going to, here we go, have 2 sessions, one this morning, one later on. Quick introduction to me, a quick evolution of how marketing's changed over time. Bit of academics in that, so some of you, if you've studied marketing, you might know about some of that. If you haven't, then maybe you'll learn something. And we're going to look at how then that's changing with responsible tourism and the impacts of, you know, what's been happening lately, and how sustainable tourism differs. And hopefully we'll understand then to be able to apply a sort of purpose-driven approach to how things are changing now. And help you evaluate where you are with your businesses, maybe where you want to be, and then how you move forward. So I'm going to take you on a bit of a whistle tour stop of some destinations as well and what they've done in some marketing. I think Rob probably covered some big case studies last week. And first, I'm going to start with my journey, just so you know a little bit more about me. So in 2002, and this is what sort of started me off in particular in responsible sustainable tourism, I went to 2 weddings. One was in New Zealand here, this is Queenstown, and another wedding was in Kenya. And in New Zealand, it was very sort of local, homegrown hospitality, very warm, wonderful hostels there, if you ever get a chance, amazing places. And that was the real travel I love, you know, you're connecting with local people, you're out in an environment like this. And then I went to a friend's wedding in Kenya, and I was working for a UK media at the time, the biggest media that promoted holidays in the UK. If any of you have ever heard of teletext by any chance? No? It's a very British thing, probably. It's like before the internet, it's what we had on analog TV. So when you pressed a button on your TV, and we used to sell holidays on there, and it sold 10% of all UK holidays at the time. And I looked after the movement from the analog TV system to digital. And I was in charge of sort of package holidays and ski, because my background was in ski. And so I got a deal, a cheap deal to an all-inclusive in this Kenya, a place called Bamburi Beach, and just so I could go to my friend's wedding there. And when I got there, I mean, when we left the airport, back in 2002, so remember it was a long time ago, and it was the first time I'd seen piles and piles and piles of plastic just piled up along streets, along the sort of shanty towns and the main road on the drive to the airport. And when we got to the hotel, we were warned not to go outside the hotel, not to talk to local people, not to go to the local beach, not to go to the local shebeens, the sort of illegal bars, and they wanted to keep everybody in this all-inclusive. And they told us it was for safety purposes. Realistically, it was probably for money, keeping the money in the destination, right, in the resort. And everyone there I was fascinated because I was sort of my first time to Africa, so I was super excited. And I'm a traveler, you know, I want to go talk to local people. I'm like, what's this about? Of course, this is not the point of travel is not to stay in an all-inclusive like this and just be stuck there. So I went round the pool and I asked everybody, what are they doing there? You know, why did they come? And what's the deal? And I was really horrified. Most were British, 90% probably. Most were there to eat and drink as much as they could. Most didn't even know where they were, let alone have any interest in culture. And they certainly weren't going on safari like I was. They certainly weren't going out to meet local people or eat local foods. And I had this real penny drop moment because I asked them all where they booked their holidays. And they all booked through the company I was working for. And I felt terrible because I felt this is all my fault. And I had this great wake-up moment where I thought, I'm facilitating a type of travel that I don't agree with, and I don't want to do that. And I was working in marketing at the time, so marketing and web development. And so that hit me hard, I think. And so took on, clearly it's entirely my responsibility, the irresponsibility of the UK travel market, but that's how I felt. And this was the reality. This is outside the hotel walls, where there's great poverty, rubbish. Understandably, they didn't have the social services to sort of deal with refuse collection at that time. But this was all driven by that mass market tourism that was creating this. It wasn't local people. And obviously the kids were rooting through the rubbish to see what they could find that was interesting that they might be able to sell. But I realized it was driven by this mass market tourism and mass volume. So that's where I came into travel in a different way, I suppose, and the realization that the industry for me needed to change. So my background, I started after university, I did a French and International Business degree, and I went to work in a ski resort for 6 months for a company called Crystal Holidays, which is now part of TUI. And I thought I was going to do 6 months travel, 6 months work in ski, and then I'll go get a proper job, you know. And in actual fact, now 25, 27 years in tourism, and 16 of those now in sustainable tourism. And so I loved working in travel. I discovered, I think I probably learned more skills than most of my friends who went into graduate recruitment programs. I'm sure you all appreciate as well the connection with people and what you learn through that. But I then had that experience. So I'd started in '95 working in tourism, and that experience was in 2002, so 7 years into my career. And so that stuck with me, that experience in Africa. And I said to a friend, you know, I just want to go spend some more time in Africa. I want to understand where tourism helps and where it doesn't, and where it should and where it could. And so I said to this friend, you know, I just want to go back to Africa. And she said, well, why don't you then? And I thought, yeah, that's a very good question. Why don't I? So I jacked everything in, went to Africa, volunteered in conservation and community development, traveled around, really trying to understand the position that tourism should hold, particularly where there is great inequality, great poverty, great health issues, lots of penny drop moments while I was there, particularly around things like HIV and how, you know, you'd get these luxury tourism developments in Africa and people outside not able to get antiretrovirals for HIV, but that's just wrong. That should be helping the local people, right, in some way. So I felt very conflicted about tourism for a long time. I worked in charity challenges and volunteer tourism for a while. I went back to Africa and trained as a ranger because I wanted to understand conservation standards more. I did a master's in responsible tourism management with Harold Goodwin, if anyone knows his name. He's like the granddaddy of responsible tourism. And then I worked freelance. And I had wanted to set up my own site pretty much since I had that first sort of big trip to Africa volunteering back in 2005-06. And so when it came to 2016, it was time to launch my business. I was like a decade into experiencing. I'd kind of done all the learnings of different areas. I'd worked for NGOs, I'd worked for commercial travel, I'd understood what was happening at grassroots level. And so I launched my business in 2017, which happened to be the year of Sustainable Tourism for Development by the UN, quite serendipitously, quite lucky. And they recognized me initially as being a solution for tourism for sustainable development. And I was the first commercial travel company, as far as I know, to write a big essay, actually, on tourism and how it is involved with the Sustainable Development Goals. Does anyone know about the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs? Do you know about that? Not much. Okay. So the UN has 17 goals. Yeah. So can you name them? First is poverty. It's things like, you know, reducing hunger to zero, water issues, health issues, etc., education. So tourism can help all of these big issues, and we can come on to that later. So yeah, then I, for example, was voted best website in responsible travel and tourism in the UK in 2019. I'm involved with the Climate-Friendly Tourism Council. I do consultancy. I also help develop the global and European ecotourism networks. And I'm a charity trustee for a charity in Madagascar. Quick, right, that's me, done. Enough of me. So Earth Changes is my startup. Give you a bit of background on that. So basically we promote positive impact tourism. So not just about minimizing negatives, but maximizing the positives that tourism can bring and how that then supports the Sustainable Development Goals. And so our tagline is, we offer life-changing places with world-changing people for extraordinary experiences with purpose. And that's to help travelers find and book places that truly are helping the world, basically. Because I felt that was missing in the market. And there's all sorts of responsible tourism platforms out there, but I felt they were greenwashing quite a lot, and they weren't actually delivering value to the destinations. So we're very purpose-driven, very impact-driven, values-based, and all about respect for the local people and places. And so, yeah, I talk about purpose first and foremost a lot. Start with the why, as we say. And we talk about Sustainable Development Goals. We talk about local people and people issues. And then these are sort of the main sections of the website. And then we promote certain places, either tour companies or accommodations that really are up to that amazing standard of sustainability. And then I blog about various issues, so have people following the discussions there. So if you think there's a subject I should cover, let me know. So to start, we're going to talk about marketing historically and how it's sort of, in theory, come through the ages, marketing full stop, but also how that's applied to tourism. So going back, has anyone studied marketing out of interest? Yeah, do you know Kotler? Philip Kotler? Okay, so this is going back to Kotler. You might know this, you guys. So how marketing has come about, initially through what we call the production concept. So this was in the sort of 1950s conveyor belt approach to creating products, and what we call an assembly line. And the focus there was all about increasing the volume and the efficiency and the distribution. And so it was, you know, great for creating lots of products and low cost. And it's very much a case of if you... Is that working? Yeah. And so how that applies to... Does anyone think how that applies to tourism? Mass tourism, exactly. It's the sort of, you know, mainstream package holidays. And that started really in the UK, right, with Thomas Cook. He was the guy that created the package holiday. So the Industrial Revolution brought in trains, longer working hours, and so Thomas Cook, he was, you know, many of you might know the name of the tour operator that still went bust actually a couple of years ago, but it was a shame. It's the oldest British travel company. And he created the first one-day excursion on a train going from Leicester to Loughborough. He chartered the train. And that's really what started the package holiday, because it was a trip with different elements included. And so, you know, how that applied to tourism marketing is through DMOs largely. And they would sort of promote, for example here, Jamaica, New Mexico, Java, and it was all about sort of almost the transportation of moving people. It was less about the experience that the customers are going to have or anything like that. It was how do we get them places. And then that moved on in time, and we got to something called the product concept. And that was like Henry Ford. And he said, you can have any color car you want as long as it's black. It's like, here's what we're producing. This is what you can have. That's your option. And if they created different versions of it, different colors, it would add to the cost. So it was more about keeping the focus on keeping the cost down and having less choices. And that was probably till the 60s or so, sorry. And that was about the product quality. It's just sort of like, let's make a great car. That's really all they cared about. And it was all about improving that product quality. And so in tourism, how that applied, certainly in the UK, was we had our British holiday camps. Has anyone ever been to one of those? Butlins, have you heard of Butlins? Or what's the other one? There's a couple of big names. And basically it's very similar, I think, through Europe. Did you have them here in Croatia? And literally everyone would go to this one place and they had entertainment there and maybe. And so they were like the original all-inclusives. You know, you stayed there as a family, everything was included, you just stayed in this one place. And there was entertainment. And you paid your 2 weeks holiday and that's where you went for 2 weeks. And they were very accessible because people started having their own cars and they were at the end of train lines, and it was all sort of just focused on, again, this is the product we've got, and you know, please come to that, basically. Whoops, I've skipped on too many. Oh, that went very fast. Hang on. There we go. And so, yeah, how that applied to tourism, as I said, Bognor Regis is in the UK, a very famous place where we had these camps. One of these camps still exists today. Butlins, holidays, that's how they marketed. You know, you looked forward to that experience. Who's seen the movie Dirty Dancing? I mean, that's a bit like a holiday camp, right? So, exactly. So I think they have like a holiday camp they're on holiday at, right? It's like that. And so it's very much marketing the destination, but that's the one place you would, it wasn't about any visiting. It wasn't about local people. It wasn't about even the experience you're going to have there. It's just like, just marketing Butlins. And so we moved on from that to just saying, instead of saying this is what we've got, the assumption was if consumers are just left alone, they won't buy enough. So we got into selling. And that was probably sort of 50s, 60s onwards. And so it was a focus that the organization must be aggressively selling in order to sell, right? In order to get people to buy the products. And the purpose was all just about that money, I suppose. Not focusing on customer desires, not focusing even on impacts or anything like that, just how can we sell? So I don't know if you can think how that applies to tourism. Again, it's probably led by the UK, sadly. So we saw this is how UK consumer demand, or sales rather, started influencing development in destinations. And the pictures on the right there are Benidorm. And originally at the top in the 1950s, the one on the right in the 1970, and then the bottom one is the modern day. And that's pretty much down to an original tour operator in the UK called Clarkson's. And they were the first big package holiday tour operator. And they were literally pilot high, sell it cheap. So they were all about just sales. And that resulted in that sort of development. And once, you know, Benidorm became like that, it became known as Manhattan of Spain, apparently. Did you know that? I didn't know that before. And although Clarkson's went bust as a company, they'd kind of led the way, and they actually kind of led the way before TUI and Thomas Cook in abroad. So we ended up with these sort of developments like this, and that's almost when the DMOs started to come into play, because DMOs or destination management marketing organizations realized, hang on a minute, we're not making decisions about our own marketing here. People are marketing for us, and they're creating this development. We don't necessarily want that. And so DMOs started to come into play, and we start to see DMOs doing marketing. I'm just going to press this. Now this is a Croatia advert. Hang on. I've lost my cursor. Oh, there we go. Is that working? It's an old one.
244 islands, 576 fish species, 130 native prey varieties.
Now, how do we get this to move on? Not working? Do we have to do something different there? Thank you. That's the oldest Croatia advertising I could find on YouTube. It was only from 2010, not long, but much more an approach about, again, here's what we've got, right? And sort of selling it rather than any other approach. And so we see adverts here. Clarkson's is the one I mentioned, and selling destinations. But you'll see on the advert on the left, it starts to actually include some features and advantages for customers. So full board, half board, different options, basically. So we start to see a sort of, what's the word? I've forgotten in English. A consideration of what customers might want rather than just a standard package, a standard product, a standard offer. And Yuki, by the way, I went last year. That was my UK trip. That's the only way to get out of London last year. So we start to see that inclination towards, oops, there we go, actually marketing, right? And this is now marketing. So we get to the marketing concept. This guy is Philip Kotler. This is the one I mentioned to ladies here who knew about it. And he's like the father of modern marketing. And he defined marketing as the science and art of exploring, creating, and delivering value to satisfy the needs of a target market at a profit. So it's very much including, at that point, and this is sort of from the 70s onwards, actually what does the consumer want? And we see that start to play out in consumer products like Nike here, Nike Air. So if you satisfy your customers with what they want, you make a profit. And so we get a more tailored approach to products to the consumer. So for example, Nike Air, it's a standard design, but you can go online and you can check the colors you want and you can check the design you want. So you start to make it much more the product you want. And you get, therefore, this sort of max customization approach. And we start to get that also through our communications. We see now with internet tech how we can tailor that consumer to their names, to their interests, and dynamic content that we see on websites. And so how that then played out in marketing was not just the sun and sangria, standard package holiday, but lots of alternatives to suit all the different needs and wants of customers. So long haul, cities, ski, adventure, 1830s, all the different types of products. And that gave rise a lot to travel agencies, actually, because they were there to serve the customers and what the customers wanted. And so we ended up with the internet and the ability to dynamically package and no-frills flights, and suddenly we've got this huge plethora of options, probably since the 90s in particular onwards, right? Does that work? No. Okay. This is another Croatia travel ad. No sound on this one. Oh yeah, there we go. Does Does anyone know spoon draw? No one's from spoon draw, right? I had an interest. That was from 2012, that one. But can you start to see what's different with that one? Is they start to talk about different types of holidays, right? And Australia then did the same around. Does anyone know this advert? Does anyone know Paul Hogan? Do you know him? Oh. Yeah, exactly. So he was super famous before that. And he was famous in the UK. And, oh, no sound. Oh, there we go. There we go. So again, that's kind of starting to talk about the different needs and wants of customers and what they want. And so who knows the marketing mix? Or either originally the 4 Ps or now the 7 Ps. So Kotler, going back to that guy, he said marketing and all the levers you pull to create a positioning are 4 Ps originally. They were product, price, promotion, and place. So place is where you distribute your product. And more recently in 81 actually, he updated that to include people, processes, and physical evidence. So in effect, they're the sort of 7 things that you can change to change how you position. And the problem with this is it actually doesn't really consider the impact for us on destinations where you're selling those to. So it's not thinking, well, what about the local people? What are the social needs? What are the impacts? What are the benefits? What's the purpose of it? So I would argue actually we should have an 8th P, which is purpose. And so Kotler recognized within himself later on that his original marketing concept, his original definition of marketing, didn't include, in effect, social impact. So he came out with something called the social marketing concept. And he said that's the process of applying marketing principles, as we've talked about before, and techniques to create, communicate, discover value in order to influence the target audience and behavior in a way that benefits society. So he added that in. And that might be public health, safety, the environment, or communities, as well as the target audience. So it's not just about keeping consumers happy, it's about what impact that's created as well. And that was added just back in 2006, so not long really ago. So he recognized with that within himself. And a couple of examples here. This one here is from South Africa National Parks. And they had to do something around safety, obviously. I'm not sure the sound works on this video. Has anyone been to any of the South African national parks? Yeah. So you know you can drive and you've got to be pretty careful, right? And so they created a video to try and educate the public about how you behave in the national parks. It started a bit further back from where I thought. Who's dreaming? I dream like that often as well, going back to Africa parks. So this was made in 2007, so just not long after Kotler updated that definition of social marketing, basically. So you start to see them saying, look, here's the rules for coming here. You can't do this. You can do that in a minute. public education, like we see in health. Probably we had a lot last year or the last 2 years about COVID, right? Public health advertising. It's quite long, this one. I think that's my favourite bit, no guns. Imagine that in our countries. You get that in South Africa. Anyway, you get the gist. And this is an example. Who knows this one? Did you see this one from Air New Zealand around Lord of the Rings marketing? Whoops. Does that stop that? Again, it's about sort of public health advertising. So safety.
Welcome aboard this Air Middle-earth flight. Before we set out on our journey, I would like to impart a story of safety. Even if you fly with us often, be sure to keep a sharp eye on the briefing. Make sure your belongings are hidden away in the compartments above or under the seat before you.
All travellers must keep a watchful eye on the noted signs and follow crew instructions. If the seatbelt sign is on, sit yourself down and fasten your seatbelt on smart.
Be sure that it's snug across your hips, but not so tight as to lose the feeling in your head. If you're in sky couch room, there are special seatbelt instructions in your seat pocket.
We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened throughout the journey. Should you need to explore, it can always be undone.
If an oxygen mask should fall before you, simply pull down on the mask, place over your nose and mouth, and tighten by pulling the elastics on both sides. Oxygen will flow through the mask automatically. If there are young ones around you, be sure to put your mask on before helping them. Keep a sharp eye, as there may be others who need your help.
If an emergency occurred during takeoff or landing, place your hands on your head with your elbows on the outside of your thighs whilst keeping your feet flat on the floor. You can also brace yourself on the seat in front of you. We're precious. This premiere, sit upright, put your hands on your knees with your knees together against the wall and your feet on the edge of the ottoman.
If you're seated in economy and premium economy, you'll find your life jacket under your seat. The Sky Couch has it in the top of the leg rest, and if you're seated in business premier, you'll find your life jacket here beside you. Life jackets are simple to master. Take a firm hold and rip it from the bag. Then place it over your head like so. Clip the straps together and tighten. This red tab inflates the life jacket, so only pull it once you leave the aircraft. Oh, sorry.
If you need a little more inflation, simply blow into the mouthpiece.
We shall provide life jackets for the very young, should the need arise.
There's no smoking allowed anywhere of any kind on this aircraft, as it's a fire hazard. Should you need a light in darkness to help you find your way, the escape pod lighting will lead you to an exit. If ever there were a need to evacuate, support fellow passengers who might require help. Your noble crew are now pointing out the exits.
Okay.
Be wise to note your nearest exit could be behind you, so cast your eyes about and count the number of roads to your nearest exit. You'll find more information.
You get the drift. So that's again another example of social marketing, health and safety issues. We're going to see probably a lot more of that because we've got to think about COVID these days, but how we can start to do that in a branded approach to, for Air New Zealand there, obviously all around Lord of the Rings and what was really tapping into the consumer interests at that point in time, and in quite a fun way, basically. And so what is then missing with this approach is, as much as it considered, the impact, it wasn't so much considering the needs and wants of a commercial business, right? It was more about, that social impacts. So Mr. Kotler comes along and says, okay, there's still a gap here. So we're now going to create something called the societal marketing concept. And this is much more like marketing social enterprise. And so his new definition of that determines the needs, wants, and interests of target market, like marketing originally, to deliver the desired satisfactions more effectively and efficiently than competitors in a way that preserves or enhances the consumers and society's well-being. So it's about consumers and society. And so this approach is very much linked with sort of corporate social responsibility and sustainable development and social enterprise. And it's pulling these two sides together that is both, you know, consumer needs, business needs, but also social impact or societal needs and environmental impact. And we need that in this day and age because we've got a world deteriorating for reasons of large consumption, basically. And so the companies that do an excellent job of satisfying consumer wants and needs historically haven't necessarily been acting in the best light of or way for the planet or for local people. And NGOs might be serving those other things, but they're not necessarily for business. So how do we find the approach that kind of matches all of those things? And so this would very much align with the TBL, their triple bottom line. Does anybody know that that phrase? No? Okay. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. So a couple of examples of societal marketing. South Africa was probably the first country to do that. And they actually did it. These ads here are newspaper ads. And they were actually advertising in the age of apartheid still, just when they were coming out of apartheid, to come on a kind of fact-finding tour, come and see for yourself about the local people. You know, they'd had such a horrific time, obviously, through apartheid and how we now understand it. So that was quite brave advertising for South Africa to say, actually, we're changing. Come and see for yourself. Come and experience it. And come and learn about our local people and the differences and the diversity within our population, because before that it had all been repressed, obviously. And it was around this time, it's actually 2002, these ads were actually from the late 80s, but in 2002, South Africa government was the first to institute responsible tourism in their national policy. And that was like, South Africa tends to be pretty far ahead in terms of responsible, sustainable tourism. They've been one of the countries leading the way, as has New Zealand, actually. So it's always worth keeping an eye on what they're doing. And we see societal marketing concepts start to play out, particularly through the sort of 2000s, I would say, with volunteer tourism and how consumer demand to go and help places can benefit both the destination and the local people, but also they can have a quality, amazing experience. And that particularly gave rise, really grew. I mean, I worked in volunteer tourism myself, but it really grew after the Boxing Day tsunami and after Hurricane Katrina in the US, which was in 2004. And so consumers knew those destinations. They were kind of had an emotional attachment to those places, like particularly with the Boxing Day tsunami, with the Indian Ocean. And so because they cared about those places, they didn't just want to donate money, they wanted to go there and help the relief efforts. And so that's really what gave the rise massively to volunteer tourism. And that then exploded. And the challenge with that then is people started creating these volunteer programs that they knew they could sell, but they didn't necessarily, even though the good intent was there, they didn't necessarily create good impacts. Some of it created bad impacts. If anyone knows much about volunteer tourism, there's a phrase in English we say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So you start with the good intentions and you create inadvertently, not intentionally, bad impacts, basically. And so we get things like, for example, in orphanage volunteer tourism, that has been proven to create child trafficking. Because what happens is that you get sort of middlemen who want to take advantage of the Western demand to help people, and they literally buy or rent kids from impoverished families, and they put the kids into intentionally dilapidated buildings. So Western tourists give over a lot of money because they feel sorry for them. The kids never get that. The families who are promised that their children will be fed and clothed and give them a much better, quality and standard of life that they'd otherwise have, they never see their kids again. That won't happen for the children, and they'll end up on the streets, and they'll end up in drug issues and real psychosocial problems, because all they get is a hamster wheel of volunteers week after week who, they've already been in effect abandoned by their families, or they feel abandoned by their families. And even though the families have had good intentions to try and look after those children better, and then they get just volunteers coming and going, and the kids then don't know how to make proper relationships and form bonds properly. So it causes a lot of problems, volunteer tourism, for example. And probably, you know, in my study, I wrote my master's thesis on volunteer tourism, and it's marketing and greenwashing. And in my estimation, probably, if we're lucky, 5% of the market is good, and 95% is profiteering, basically. And so we get to really responsible tourism. And this is a graphic that will kind of follow the journey through. So we've gone on the left-hand side from conventional tourism, which what we would call is sort of quite extractive of a destination. So it's using the resources, it's using the people, it's using the culture and the community. And we're moving towards the right-hand side, which is more about contributing. And so we've gone from sort of conventional to green in this place. And really, I suppose, sustainability is a journey. And we're all on that journey, and we're all in different places on it, and all our businesses are in different places on it. And hopefully we're looking to move onwards to the right-hand side. And so it's a sort of fairly linear model. And so that could even represent a country or an economy or us personally in our personal lifestyle and choices that we make. And the bottom half, as you see, it's about using more energy and materials, and the top is about using less and achieving different aims through that. So does anyone know how we would define responsible tourism? I think I know one person who probably does. Would you take a guess? Sorry? That's all right. You can whisper it to me. So, responsible tourism, official definition, is creating better places for people to live in and better places for people to visit. So quite simplistic, right? That came from the Cape Town Declaration. That's what I said, where they instituted responsible tourism in their public policy for the first time in 2002. And that was written by Cape Town government and South Africa government and Professor Harold Goodwin, who I mentioned earlier. He was my professor at my master's. And what we see with that is creating better places for people to live in comes first. So people to visit comes after. The priority is the local people first and foremost. And it's called responsible because we take responsibility for it. And it's about all the choices we make within business all have an impact in one way, shape or form. And we take responsibility for those choices and for the impacts they create. That might be positive, that might be negative. But we say, okay, with every decision we make, there's implications. And we can choose what those implications might be. And so we take responsibility for what happens. And so responsible tourism, you can look at is the journey to sustainable tourism, if you like. Sustainable tourism maybe is our utopia, where we want to get to, and responsible tourism is our way to get there. And the decision, so really it's a decision-making process, whereby we don't just think about profit, we're thinking about the other impacts as well. And every decision we make in our business, whether it's a product decision or a marketing decision, whatever it happens to be, we think about environmental impacts, we think about social impacts. So responsible tourism is not a type of tourism or a niche tourism. So it can be glamping, it can be city, it can be cruise. It's all about taking a more responsible attitude to the decisions we make. And so it's not just, many people think it's just natural, you know, it's tourism in natural protected areas. No, that would be like ecotourism, in actual fact. So it can be city-based responsible tourism. And so, yeah, it's what we call a triple bottom line approach. And the triple bottom line is the basis of all sustainability. And so we have three pillars: economic pillar, social pillar, environmental. And that's also known as people, planet, profit. So we're thinking about those three elements every time we make a decision. And so it's not, I don't know if you know in English, where we talk about the bottom line in a business, it's about the profit of a business. And so it's not just the single bottom line, it's the triple bottom line, and it's those people, planet, profit elements, those three. And every time we make a decision, we think about the impact in those three areas. And so we're weighing up constantly and trading off that if we make a decision for profit, it's going to have more of a social environmental impact. If we make a decision for environment, it might have a bit of an impact on our profit line, etc. And that's true of all sustainability. So for example, I'm just going to go back actually. That picture there, does anyone know where that is? Anyone been there? No? Singapore, that one is. And so they, you know, they're a city who are trying to move much more to being responsible and sustainable. And they have this show there. It's an area called Gardens by the Bay. And the hotel, that 3 pillars in the background and the platform across the top is a hotel called the Marina Bay Hotel. They've got a very famous swimming pool up there that's like an infinity pool, and you look over the whole of the city. It's quite amazing. But you have to stay there to go in the pool, because I tried when I went there, right? But I got to go in the bar. It's fine. And so around this, they're building. They have these sort of artificial structures called they call them the super tree grove, and they light up at night, and they do a light show that everyone goes to watch. It's quite amazing. It's like a neon light show. But all around it, they've built these gardens, really, really clever sustainability. So the super tree grove is built to not just look great in the light show, but actually it's they absorb solar energy. They create energy for them. The gardens are powered by sort of horticultural waste, so they collect all the fallen trees, twigs and branches and leaves from the rest of the park, and then they use that and they turn it into pellets that they then burn to create energy, and they create the heat they get. They've got some big kind of greenhouses with. Does anyone know the Eden Project in the UK? These huge biodomes, kind of quite incredible, like big, huge greenhouses, basically. And so they've got a couple like that here. And so they use the heat from burning these pellets to power the huge greenhouses they've got with warm air. So they create like a sort of tropical garden, basically, in them. And they do things like collect all the rainwater and they reuse that. And they recycle that to then water the gardens, and it's very circular economy. Everything is used, everything's created, but it's very clever because to the outset it looks like something just done for consumers aesthetically, but in actual fact the behind the scenes sustainability of it is very clever. So yeah, that's a city approach. So first discussion question, we're getting on to you guys. Maybe this is one for your tables. The question is, whose responsibility is tourism? So if I give you 5 minutes, say, and just chat amongst yourselves and decide whose responsibility tourism is. Okay. Let's have some ideas. So let me write on here. So this is probably too small to read for you guys at the back, maybe. I can learn to spell in English. Let's. I need to learn, right? Yeah. You can all teach me one word each. I'll be lucky if I remember 3, right? I just need to be immersed and then I'll be all right. So my next 2 weeks, right? Let's take one answer from the table, each table, and we'll go round and round and round until we run out. So let's go this table first. Okay, government. Yeah. And we've seen with what we've talked about this morning how, for example, South Africa government, when they're behind tourism changing, that really changes so much, right? Yeah, let's put a number 1. Okay. We also see really Costa Rica. Have a look at what Costa Rica do. Because I don't know if you know the history of Costa Rica. You know, they were in danger of being swallowed up by the US a little bit. And they looked at the country and said, right, if we want to be independent, what do we need? And they decided they didn't need defense, they didn't need an army, but what they did have was natural capital. They had beautiful biodiversity, and they realized that tourism was probably the most important thing that they could attract to be able to keep independent from the US. And so they went all in on supporting tourism. And they're one of the countries who are absolutely leading the way in responsible tourism. So yeah, government. Next table. Let's have one answer from you guys. Tourists, yeah, absolutely. Tourists. Next table, back there. Hosts. Yeah, is that what you said? Hosts. Okay, ladies. Local community. Okay, ladies. Tourist agencies. Oh. Have you got any others? Yeah, absolutely. DMOs and NGOs, yeah, they're quite different, right? We'll go with 2 different ones there. Yeah, we'll have them all. But it is interesting because DMOs will, historically show the shiny side of things, and then NGOs are showing here's the real impact stuff. Those 2 things can paint a very different picture. Yeah, social impact, yeah. Have you guys got any others? Next table, have you got any more? All of us. All of us. Maybe that's the last answer. Absolutely. All of us. Oh, did you? Have you got it there? Have you written it now? Employees. Yeah. I'm running out of space. Yeah. Okay, people. Any others that we need? The property owners, yeah. Hosts, let's put them there. I guess hosts aren't always property owners, but property owners are always probably hosts. Well, maybe they're not. No, they're owners. Lots of owners these days without being hosts, right? And Airbnbs. Any others? employees and ers. Excuse my language there. Media, good one. Yeah, they were there this morning. They're responsible for a lot, right? And we see, like in, Croatia, you've obviously had Game of Thrones. It's not, you know what, I'm sorry, I've never watched it. Oh God, I'm not the only person who's never watched a single episode of Game of I'm really bad at watching TV, right? And so, but I know the impact it creates, right? You have a destination, and it has no frills flights and a cruise port, and then they come and film a film there. I mean, you're just going to have these hordes and hordes of tourists, right? Huge, huge impact something like that has. Reykjavik has the same issues, I think, with Dubrovnik. But I learned from my taxi driver when I arrived in the airport that there was some filming in Split too, right? So what's that called? It's still Game of Thrones series. Oh, it's completely different. Wow. So yeah, interesting the impact that has. I grew up part of where I lived in the UK, in Yorkshire, so in north of England. Have you heard of the Bronte sisters? And they wrote a book called Wuthering Heights. So there's 3 sisters, they were all authors. Heathcliff, where we go. So I grew up where the Bronte sisters are from. And it's a very small Yorkshire village with a very steep cobbled street. And media constantly there, and I mean the place is full of Japanese tourists, and you've never seen anything like it in Yorkshire. All the signposts are in beautifully engraved wooden signposts, but in Japanese, right? It's just fascinating. And I would come down from my house, and every morning there'd be someone like filming outside, and hordes of people. And to live, I've sort of experienced that as someone living in a destination that is very popular with tourism. And then they all go home. But thankfully in Haworth, they generally go home at the end of the night. They stop by on a tour for a few hours, and then they've gone. And at night, it's really, really quiet. So it's like suddenly it's local time. And yeah, it's tough, right? Having that impact constantly. So yeah, who's responsible for tourism? Everybody that's involved. So we call everybody stakeholders, right? If you know that word. I don't want to patronize you, but I think you're all brilliant doing this in a second language when I'm doing it in my first language. So the next question for you on your sheets is, let me get the phrasing right. What did I say? Is what are the impacts of tourism? We started talking about the impacts there. And what we're starting to see more and more, like you've got here, like we even had where I grew up, is this clash between these old structures. So that marketing and sales approach has created that volume of tourism without thinking about the impact at that point. And we're now really experiencing the impacts of how we've behaved in the past. And so we're seeing a clash between the kind of old structures and the old way of doing it and what we now need as a planet, as people, as communities. And they're different, right? And so we start to look at how, destinations historically have all been targeted on volume. Traditionally, DMOs in particular, they're tasked by the government at the top to say, we want you to have X number of thousand or million tourists a year. And there's no thought about the profitability of that. There's no thought about the experience of that. There's just a volume. And that isn't necessarily what is going to work for us these days. So we start to look at, we're looking at value and the impact, and what sort of audiences we want, and how we can be congruent with that about what we see in our destinations, how we align that. So it's about showing and communicating how we take responsibility now and the different decisions we make. So the impacts that are created, as I said before, with responsible tourism, we're taking responsibility for the impacts we create. So the next question then is, what are the impacts of tourism? What do you see here? What do you see in the rest of the world? So I'll give you 5 minutes to talk about that. All right, are you ready? Do you want more time? Okay. You never know. There's a lot of impacts, right? Let's start. Let's go the other way around. Ladies, you go first. What are the impacts of tourism? Do you want to do one each, or just give me a list and we'll keep going, or say what you want?
It increases demand for historical and cultural experts.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Okay. So we're going to go blue and red, positive, negative. Okay. Demand for historical and cultural. I'm losing space for my negative there. And cultural. What was the last word you used? You used the word exhibits. Yeah. Yeah, you're focusing all on positive people there. Well, I'm assuming this is a positive, right? Yeah. Could be negative, I suppose. New business ops, I'm putting. Okay. Okay, do you want to go? Yeah. Yeah. Jobs. Income. Yeah, because employment is about more than jobs and income, right? It's like exactly. And something that's quite important, I think, in jobs is dignity as well, right? Because if you've ever been without a job, you feel that compared to, there's a status thing. More education. Yeah, absolutely. Tourism is a huge influence. Oh, I can't spell in my own language. Education. I really can't. Look, that's a mess. That actually says education. Yeah. Tourism is really important in education. Apartmentalization. Do you want to spell it for me? RTMENT. Apartment, like that? Apartmentization. I've never heard that. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, really? You make it an apartment to rent out. And you put it on Airbnb? Ah. So, but it's bigger than Airbnbization as well then, right? Because it's a whole planning issue. Right. Yeah. Yeah, you see. Yeah. So there isn't the policing of the planning issues. Right. Wow, interesting. See, that wouldn't happen in the UK. And in fact, I don't know anywhere else that does happen, but maybe Greece, right? Somewhere like that. Okay. Okay, you're on. All right. Okay, other impacts. At the back. Thank you. Yeah, cultural exchange. Is it working?
One negative side would be pollution.
Pollution. Yeah. What sort of pollution?
Sea, land.
Pollution. Sea.
Land.
Land. Water. Air? What about noise? Do you have an issue with noise? Noise pollution. What am I missing?
Uh,
Light pollution. Good one. Yeah, we're all suffer from that these days, right?
We also put increases in cost of living and price of land and housing.
Red. It's not positive, you're right. Yeah. The cost of living. We're all extra suffering from that at the moment, right? In the UK, our inflation has just hit the highest we've had for, I think, 40 years because of energy prices. And Brexit, clearly, but the government aren't admitting that, so don't get me started on that one. Any other impacts from the back? What am I missing?
We put a loss of open space, but I think that's
No, maybe protected areas and stuff like that. Yeah,
Yes.
environment, open spaces. Negative. Guys here and lady. Any extras?
Community. There's less of the local community and local people
Yeah.
who should be like a great part
Yeah,
of the experience.
loss of community.
Yeah.
So just not just the people, but the sense of community.
Yes. There's
The
people
soul.
we're not living in town anymore.
Yeah.
We're living further and further
Oh!
from town.
Thank you.
We don't go into town. We can't park anywhere. We can't eat anywhere. We can't. So it's just a town of tourists. So
Yeah. Have you heard the term Disneyfication? Okay. Loss of community. So my writing is terrible, by the way. Stroke locals. Yeah, we really see that with Airbnb in particular. Sorry, Airbnb, but yeah. They didn't think about that when they marketed themselves as actually a responsible tourism business that supports all the local communities and creates everyone to move out, right? Yeah, absolutely. Have we got any others? Yeah. Good one. And I think that's the real, development. That's the real crux here, isn't it? The kind of trade-off between development and over-tourism. Red.
Another negative side would be drugs, alcohol.
Ah. Drugs, alcohol. I mean, I guess it depends the amount to some extent, but also it just depends, you know. Who's been to Australia? Anyone been to Australia? So, you know, the Aborigines in, what's the town called near Uluru? Alice Springs. And Aborigine bodies can't metabolize alcohol. And because they're just not used to it, right? For so many centuries, they just never had it, and they only had it relatively recently, and their bodies can't handle it. And so what happened when the Australian government sort of made reparations for taking over Ayers Rock, Uluru, and they gave the Aborigine community money to say, sorry, we've been a bit shit. So here's some money. And they didn't know what to do with the money because they're not used to having money. And so a lot of people just spent it on alcohol. And they literally hit alcoholism issues very, very quickly because their bodies can't handle it. And so Alice Springs, you get a lot of problems of alcoholism of local people in the town because the government were trying to make up for the cultural impact they've had historically. Yeah, really kind of... What's that? They drink. Yeah. Oh. Are you finding that in Croatia? Are you finding that younger generations drink less? We are in the UK. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know. In the UK, I don't know. The younger people are much more health conscious. They're like... They come and do it here. Well, they do that, yeah. No, but well, exactly. But you see, what's happened in the UK is drugs become cheaper than alcohol, so they take drugs instead. Yeah, crazy, right? So, are we done with the impacts?
I don't know if it's immigration based or what, but we have a lot of tourists who climb mountains in their beach shoes.
Oh, okay.
So danger, I would say.
Danger, good one. So real environmental impacts, but also environmental. Must get better at writing on whiteboards. Yeah, because that has an impact then on the emergency services, right? If there's an issue, and you guys are paying for that. Yeah, lots of fires. They have to be rescued. From, do you get that in the sea if they go out? Right. From irresponsible tourists. So basically irresponsible tourists. So education, really important for them, right? They're just stupid. I'm going to call them irresponsible. Irresponsible. Yeah, you know what happens is people go on holiday and they just go, they forget any consciousness. They leave their brain at home, absolutely. You know, when I said I used to work in ski resorts, I mean, people really leave their brain at home in ski resorts. Quite shocking. Yeah. And as a resort manager, then the issues you're dealing with in insurance because someone's just, you know. So cool. Any more? Are we done? Okay. So we've probably covered a lot of these on the clicker. So this is a diagram by the World Travel and Tourism Council about the economic impacts of tourism. And it's about how it filters down from all the different levels. It does look like a cake. So money, initially, don't know if you can see that well, it's a bit small, but money goes into travelers pay directly, and they go into, you know, the direct products they're buying, accommodation, aviation, you know, whatever happens to be a cruise line. And then obviously, the next level down, those suppliers are then buying services from further companies, maybe maintenance or linen or interiors or whatever it is. And that creates jobs, more jobs, more jobs. And that pays then into, you know, further impacts. So it's about, what we get is direct impacts, indirect impacts, and then what we call induced impacts of economic spend. And we know with tourism how big it is. Pre-pandemic, 1.5 billion consumers, and I think we're targeted, or not targeted, we're expected to get back to that level, I think even next year. So enormous. 10% of world GDP, 1.7 trillion visitor exports, 1 in 5 jobs, 10% of global jobs. We start to think about the pandemic. Does anyone know how many jobs were lost? I think it was 100 million, 120 million in the pandemic in tourism globally. Enormous, right? The impact of that then filtering down to all those services we're not buying, all those suppliers we're not paying from. And normally we have about 4% growth a year, outpacing most other sectors. Second fastest growing sector in the world and the third largest, and around 6.8% of total exports, or nearly 30% of world services exports, so not just products, services. And for many, particularly less developed countries, it's the first most important sector. So up to 84% comes from tourism in less developed countries of their economy. So we start to see, you know, we get people concerned about environmental impact, they want to stop people flying. And my answer to that is always, you know, if we cut off flying, we cut off communities, we cut off countries who can't then support themselves in any other way. So it's really important we keep that tourism going, but we need to do it in a responsible manner. So the huge value that's in that whole supply chain is enormous. And so here we have, like we've been talking about, some of the negative impacts. This is Venice. And so you've got a cruise ship, you've got thousands of people. Pretty much like we said, if you've got no-frill flights under cruise and homestay networks and then a TV show's made there or a film, and we get those issues, which is, you know, health and safety to start with because of space constraints. Venice is starting to bring in barriers and a daily charge, you know, much like Dubrovnik has many of these problems, right? That's not nice tourist experience then either. You're going to visit you're like going into a theme park, right? Okay, so I'm going to Dubrovnik in a couple of days' time. It's going to be quiet now, right? So it's probably a good time to go. Phew. Yeah, but also I quite like seeing places when they're like this, because then you get the reality of what it's like, right? And like for this, and we tend to kind of think all these people, when we see a picture like this, do we think that they're locals or do we think they're tourists, right? And the locals, like you said earlier, they're all crowded out. They've left. They've become Disneyfied. And we get also, we kind of had it there somewhere, the lack of respect of tourists behaving in a culturally appropriate manner. It's something that's really hard to manage sometimes. And you know, you guys managing tourists coming in, it's all about education, so they know what's expected of them to behave. But certainly when I've worked in the past in less developed countries, you know, I've worked in some Muslim countries with tour groups, and you'll tell people they must dress modestly and they must cover their shoulders, they must, you know, women mustn't wear short skirts. What do? They come out the next day in a spaghetti top and a short skirt, and you're like, please go and change. And it's terrible having to tell tourists that they need to go and change, but you know, that's what's appropriate for a place. And so we destroy the destination's culture, the social fabric of that place, and everything that's sort of special about that place, the sense, what we call the sense of place, gets nullified. We lose it. So everything that we market, if we're marketing and selling in that approach we talked about earlier, about this is what a destination is, we sort of lose it in tourism. And we end up with also environmental impacts, and that might be like this. That's in India. Obviously all the jeeps at the back, too many there, too many people just to see one tiger. And that tiger is probably a bit stressed and a bit harassed and can't go about its business quietly or nicely, right? And I trained as a ranger, as I said, in Africa. So I trained at the reserve, which has won, at that point had won the World Conservation Awards for 10 years running. And I wanted to go there because I wanted to understand how their standards were different. And so, for example, they would never allow more than one jeep at any one sighting at any one time. And if a jeep is already by lions, for example, you have to stay at least 20 meters away. You have to not have your engine on, so you're disturbing them with the noise. And if you're another jeep that comes and approaches and sees you want to join, you have to stay back 50 or 100 meters until the other jeep moves on, and then you're allowed to go near. Because otherwise the animals also become too habituated to engine noise and too habituated to people, and they change their behavior. And that's not good, because you want natural behavior. And so we see with environmental impacts also fires, like we said, pollution, like we said, things like coral damage in some areas. If you've got, do you have coral here at all? Is it all destroyed? Yeah. They're starting to, a bit like farming, where you rotate. They're starting to do that with areas of beaches, for example, closing, like in Thailand, you know, the beach that was used for the film The Beach, and they closed that for the last 3 years. Yeah, absolutely. And this doesn't create the connection that consumers want with the wildlife or with the environment. It's not a pleasant experience. And of course, the big environmental impact is climate, and we have to massively consider that now. And so we get on to what we call sustainable tourism. And the definition of that is that it's tourism which takes full account of the current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, industry, environment, and host communities. So very much the triple bottom line approach that we talked about earlier. So the economy, the social impacts, the environmental impacts, people, planet, profit. It considers all the stakeholders that we talked about, whose responsibility is tourism. So sustainable considers everybody. And that's where we're trying to get with responsible tourism, all the decisions we make. We're trying to get to a point where it is sustainable, that we continue doing it without creating those negative impacts. So I've got another question for you for another 5 minutes. What is success in tourism? What does that look like? And for you guys? And what do we have to give up, maybe, to get there? So if you want to have a think about that, and then shout out answers in 5 minutes. Okay, guys, you ready? So, where do we want to start? Who wants to stick their hand up? Profit. Profit is number one. Profit. It's not number one. Ah, where are we going to put it? Left or right? Good or bad? Okay. If all benefit. Okay, yeah. What's next?
Number of jobs that it generates.
Let's go. That's going over here, right? Positive customer experience or just experience for all, right? Positive experience. Let's have, where am I going to write the numbers? On the negative side? So, numbers of tourists, whoops, of dollars for what? Kuna, right? Euros, coming, not here yet, right? What else? You said jobs. That's good. Yeah. Jobs. What else is success in tourism? Anything cultural? Preservation of culture. Preservation of culture and an awareness, right, of it? Can we call it that? Or demand for it? Demand for it. Infrastructure. Is that good? In the middle? What are some bad infrastructure examples? Are they like infrastructure? Apartmentization, right? Yeah, I did. You taught me. It's always good. Learn something every day. Too many. Controlled planning. So like overdevelopment, right? My writing's getting worse as time goes on. What else did I miss? As a good thing? Ah. So they pay attention because there's money in it? Or because it's jobs? Or because it's... So local awareness. Yeah, they start to take pride, I think, is quite important, right? Pride. And they take care of it then, as stewards. You guys, you got anything extra? At the back? Anyone? Nope, lady there. Don't apologize. Yeah. Aha. Okay. So I'm putting project stroke CSR, which is corporate social responsibility, investing in projects. And you said rural. So we have, happiness. That's a good one. Happiness because you're giving back. Social contribution. Okay. Is that good? Are we missing anything? Pretty much covered? Yeah. I know it's time for a break soon, so we'll whiz. So, positive impacts. We need to involve local people in decision making so that it benefits their lives, right? We're inclusive for them, but not just able-bodied people, people of all sorts of diversity. So, disabled people have to be able to access things too. We enhance the well-being of local communities. Improve working conditions, because sometimes in areas, I don't know how it is in Croatia, is tourism working generally good in Croatia for working conditions, or is there levels, right? Got to be careful how we say. Okay. Greater health and education opportunities, and environmental, better environment. Positive contribution to cultural heritage, as we said there. Conservation of language and food and dance and arts and dress, to a point where we're not intrusive maybe too much sometimes. Sometimes we go maybe too far expecting the, particularly with the marketing recent years, so much about authenticity and traveling like a local, but there's a gap where you want to create a bit of distance, right? To say this belongs to us, not the tourists. Make a positive contribution to conservation of natural heritage resources and ecosystems. But we've got to be culturally sensitive to respect the local culture and between guests and hosts. So we value ethical behavior. Local pride and confidence, we said that, great. So we empower and support local people, not disempower. We're not taking decisions for them. The minute you take decisions for people, you're taking the choice out of their hands, right? So we want to create more enjoyable experiences for all, as we said, more meaningful connections, but that are actually benefit for local people. So going back to this graph where we're moving along, so we're going from, we've been in the sort of mass market conventional stuff, and we're moving from green to sustainable, and as we move along, we use less resources, and we're less extractive, and we're talking about giving more back, basically. So that's where we're at. So that's the end of session 1. I know I'm being nagged for a break because I've gone on a bit. So any questions today, any quick ones, or we can come to it at the end? That one or the one before? That one? Okay. There we go. So yeah, let's have a 15-minute break, is it, Neda? Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, it's quick. It's long. One hour. 45 minutes? 30 minutes. Catch up on time. Okay. 30 minutes. Okay, guys, you ready? That went quickly for me. Are you all refreshed and awake with coffee? How many coffees today? Croatia's a big thing in Croatia, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
See, we're tea drinkers. Well, coffee and tea drinkers, but I drink more tea normally, probably. Oh, really? Okay.
Coffee is something like air.
Yeah. You need coffee. Yeah, it's interesting though, because you don't grow it here, right? So it's kind of interesting. But yeah, we love tea. We don't grow it. Okie dokes. So, session 2. Hopefully I won't run on too much. What we're going to look at is COVID and what changes that's created and how tourism marketing needs to respond to those changes. And we're going to think about the purpose of tourism. We've kind of touched on it a bit so far. We'll talk about the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. And then we're going to talk about Marketing 3.0. And that's another Kotler thing. And coming back to academics, he wrote that some time ago, but it's really, really in line with how values are changing now. And we'll talk about your organizational values or your personal values and organizational values. And then we're going to touch on what's called regenerative tourism, which is very much something new, getting popular as a concept now. Really, what I do with Earth Changers is actually regenerative tourism. And we're talking about how that's changing. Yeah, marketing features, advantages, benefits. And then I'm going to talk about, we start with the why. So when you go away, you think about your marketing. That's how we're going to start next. So here's some consumer survey data. So what consumers are thinking. And I have done some research with this company called BDRC in the UK. They're a research organization. And they asked me to help construct their questions for sustainability. They run a consumer tourism survey every year. And they started putting sustainability in it in about 2019. I started working with them. And this is just some of the results that came out. So the top green bar is pre-COVID, and then the bottom bar that's more grey is since COVID. And so we started asking them about some of the issues we've touched on this morning. So pollution, deforestation, if consumers are concerned about climate change, if they're concerned about extinction of species, food production, natural disasters, and loss of biodiversity. Now, the very interesting thing about this is in trying to find out what consumers care about, the research agency expected, with COVID being such a massive issue, so they, as I said, it was the first data is pre-COVID, and then the second data was about 4 or 5 months into COVID when they took the second data research. And they expected that consumers wouldn't care about any of this because they expected that all consumers cared about at that point was COVID and health and safety. And in actual fact, their data surprised them. So where consumer interest dropped like 1 or 2 percentages on these issues, they expected it would drop like hugely, and it didn't. So consumers are still really highly concerned about these issues. You know, most of those are in the 70-odd% that consumers care about those things. And when you ask consumers what would you expect to be or accept to be more green, what are they willing to compromise on in their holidays in order to be more sustainable or green? So they would be willing to compromise on having limited access to certain areas. 65% dropped to 58% in COVID. They would be willing to have a clear plate policy at buffets, so you're not allowed to go back and get more food unless you finished your plate. So again, 60 to 56%. Would they be willing to have a day without meat on the menu? And the impacts obviously through climate of particularly beef production, for example. Yeah, they would, but drop from 50-odd% to 45. Would they be willing to have food limits on all-you-can-eat buffets? Yeah, they would. Would they be willing to have low energy hours at accommodation? Yeah. Would they be willing to have a ban on all-inclusive packages? Less so. Dropped from 31% to 28%, but it's still, you know, a third of the market would be willing to do that, which I think is quite interesting. And what would they be? What actions would consumers be willing to take on holidays to be more green? So Would they be willing to put more rubbish in recycling, to stop using single-use plastic, to use the same bedding for a week or more, to use the same towels for 3 or more days, some of the things that have been around for a while, but to use bulk shampoos instead of the separate little hotel options we get, local produce, fly with lighter luggage because of the impact from extra heavy baggage that creates. Would they be willing to travel by train? And so we see, in actual fact, post-COVID, a lot of these issues, the interest goes up. They're much more willing to do that. So COVID has helped people change their attitudes to more sustainable behaviors, right? They're willing to eat less meat. They're willing to take fewer overseas trips. The things that they're the least willing to do is to fly less often. They still want to fly quite a lot, and to pay extra for carbon offsetting. So consumers tend to think about this as being suppliers' responsibility, not their personal responsibility. And the real big impact probably was, asking them 4 months into the pandemic, was that they would reduce international travel permanently. There's only 8%, but still it's quite significant. Now that's what they said. Whether we actually see that happening and whether they do that is a different thing. But one of the other questions on this survey was the bottom line, and it's quite difficult, I suppose, for you guys to see this, but the big grey bar on the bottom line is about paying greater attention to how companies treat people. So actually, within the pandemic, people became more concerned about how employers treat employees. And that's just a really interesting result of the pandemic. They became more caring about people. Maybe unsurprising, because we've all been affected health-wise. And let's hope that stays. So we're seeing these values shifting between, I think historically, and certainly what I was told when I started in sustainable tourism, was that people saw sustainable tourism as an add-on or as a niche thing. And people, used to say to me, people will never buy travel on sustainability. That the ability to sell travel via sustainable things was kind of a myth. And now this has really changed that. And we're seeing that come from consumer demand. And in actual fact, the industry is responding to that consumer demand really for the first time. So we're seeing big shifts, certainly in what consumers say. And what do they want? Well, consumers, they want outstanding natural beauty. They want safety measures, unsurprisingly with COVID. Probably didn't think about that historically, but safety is very much a responsible tourism element historically. They want cultural and historical sites. They want activities and sports in the destination. And they want sustainability and conservation policies. And this is really starting to come through quite heavily now. But they want it at low cost, obviously, because they do. But this is, part of us changing how we operate as a tourism industry is we have to learn to pay the value of something. And the value is in protection and conservation and sort of, supporting our social and environmental impacts. So responsible travelers, sorry, I didn't explain the bar graph well. The blue line is the responsible traveler, and the grey line is the sort of someone who doesn't classify themselves as a responsible traveler. So responsible travelers want those quality elements, basically. Maybe we're not surprised there. And responsible travelers are less concerned about low cost than your normal travelers. So they're a better value proposition in terms of a consumer, right? So Booking.com has done sustainability surveys on its consumers for several years now, every year. And they survey, I think the last one was like 15,000 people, something like that, across many countries. I've forgotten the number of countries. Oh, 30, no, sorry, I got it wrong. 29,000 travelers was the last survey across 30 countries. And we've got 84% of those now saying they want to increase their understanding about preservation of cultural heritage. They want to reduce waste, see waste reduced. 83% want energy consumption reduced. 79% want more environmentally transport. 76% want to ensure economic impact is spread equally with the community. 73% want authentic experiences representing local culture. And 69% now will be willing to avoid popular destinations and attractions to ensure they're not contributing to over-tourism. So these are things that people have said for years aren't important. And suddenly we've got 60, 70, 80% of people saying, yeah, that's what we want. We don't want those negative impacts. So that's been quite a big shift, right? And so when our consumers are saying that, how do we provide that? So that's the next discussion question for 5 minutes. How should marketing respond to those changing values? 5 minutes. Are you ready? Who's got some ideas? Any hands first up? There's one right at the front. Let's have.
Okay, we have to stop selling things.
Okay.
We have to let world who we are and what we do.
So where we're talking earlier about the selling concept, it's like
Yeah, it's not aggressive.
not aggressive.
Also, we have to be, okay, I would be slower, but connected to that, we have to be truthful and honest. It's not, you know these commercials, the old commercials, like you see the boy playing football and then he gets really dirty with the grass green and then they sell you magical
Washing powder.
powder and then it's like we all know
It's all magic. It's not true. So we have to be honest. Yeah. And be about who you are, you said.
yes, we have to let people point of view. Yeah, so we don't have to we have to stop selling and letting people know, inform the world who we are and what we do.
Okay, good. Who we are, what we do. And then if it appeals, right? Emotions. Evoke emotions. Native marketing. Yeah.
It's like you are not selling, you are telling stories. It's kind of storytelling.
Yeah. What Rob was talking about last week, right? So it's from the local's eyes, from the local perspective. Whoops. From locals' view. Oops. Ugh, view. Messy. Anyone else? Anything else to add? No. Does that cover it? Veza at the back. More educational.
Definitely highlighting some of less known places within destination, and that way promoting dispersal of clients, so different distribution, but as well as educating people how to preserve those hidden gems. And of course, to always be as authentic as possible and different than competitors.
I missed that, sorry. Be open? No.
Mhm.
Be different.
To be different, authentic.
How do we, here's a question. I don't know the answer. How do we have hidden gems that we then market? Are they hidden gems anymore?
This is why we need this educational component, and it's the conversation we had and we're having often on how to preserve it. So I guess marketing in a way that it would be more on the educational basis definitely makes more sense, and somehow that evokes responsibility towards those.
Right. So through educating,
destination.
we
Exactly.
inspire responsibility.
Exactly.
Okay. My writing gets worse as I get further down. Ability. Okie dokes. Anything else? What happens if we... do we need to change the product? Do you think? Or are we just marketing in a different way? Or is it the product that needs to change as well? Product needs to change as well. Because before we might have a mainstream mass market approach, and
You have to modify it. Talking about the trends and new expectations, new generations. and not only what Booking.com says, but also other surveys confirms that it's a different demand, it's mindset changed within the potential customers. We need to identify those. Certainly the talking about the travel agencies, they need to balance, you know, it couldn't happen overnight, but those who are focused on a future that will be based on sustainable tourism, then certainly they will need to modify their product or services portfolio.
Because if we carry
So
on, it's going to be
when
unsustainable.
they're developing it, when they're, you know, trying to find the new places, they have to consider all those items or impacts they might have. Also talking to the supply chain as well. So, like, you know, what kind of the dishes they're gonna use during the excursions, or how they're gonna supply them with the water. What kind of advices they will give to their customers, and so on. So, it's completely different strategy.
Yeah. So it comes into everything, right? Every touch point
Yes,
with the
definitely.
consumer.
And including certainly safety,
Before the
security,
consumer.
and all
So
of
we
that.
use the values to inform what we need to do product-wise, and we use the product and the values to inform how we communicate.
Sure.
I want to say that maybe we have to stop treat sustainable tourism as a certain type of tourism.
Yeah,
It should be something that we apply in every
in every type of tourism.
yes,
Yeah, absolutely.
and we have to shift from massive to selective.
Sustainable tourism in all, I'm just
All.
writing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. But not greenwashing, yeah. Who knows what greenwashing is? Do you all know the term? Can anyone give a definition? Oops, hang on. I'm going to come back to that. As if by magic. There we go. So, greenwashing is unfounded or unsubstantiated claim, inflated green claims, so ethical or environmental or responsible or sustainable, which are not real, right? It's deceptively using marketing to portray something as eco-friendly when it's not, to mislead consumers, to capitalize and profit. So it's like when your marketing is ahead of your product. So you're marketing it as sustainable, but your product isn't aligned with those sustainability values. And I don't know if you know, but greenwashing as a term, and greenwashing is used throughout sustainability. So whatever industry we're in, we're talking about greenwashing. But it was actually created in tourism. The term was named in tourism. And it was named in a hotel in the US. And a journalist, I think, stayed there to like review the hotel. And it was how they were using towel washing policy. So they were reducing the towel washing in order to save money, but they were saying to the customers it was for environmental benefit, but really they were just trying to save money. And this particular journalist said, oh, they're greenwashing, and that's where it came from. So we have the great dubious honor in tourism of coining the term of greenwashing. And how do we avoid that? Well, we have to have the evidence that says we're not greenwashing. We have to say, we're not just talking about this is the reality, and here's the evidence that proves it. In the UK now, and this is something to watch, we've got a new thing called the Green Claims Code. That's coming in just now. And in effect, our advertising standards law actually is the law that works against, tries to help greenwashing. Because basically, as consumers, if we see something that's false advertising, we can complain about it through the advertising standards. But in order to make that more prolific to the consumer, the government in the UK has said, we're going to guide people, and here's our Green Claims Code to help guide people about what is greenwashing and what is not. So they're actually creating quite a highlight both to the industry and to consumers about what greenwashing is and what it isn't. So the government in the UK has said we're going to target particular industries first, because we think some industries are more prevalent in greenwashing than others, and we're going to target tourism, and we're going to target fashion, and we're going to target electronics because of the wastage in electronics. So in the UK, we're all got to be very, very careful to watch our greenwashing. Hopefully it doesn't apply to you, but certainly to, I don't know if you know Ryanair, for example. They did an advert that people complained about from advertising standards, and they advertised that they were the most environmentally friendly airline. And they did that because if you divide their carbon impact by the number of people that fly with Ryanair, they have the lowest carbon impact per person. But because of the sheer volume they actually sell and transport, their carbon impact is actually the biggest in the industry because of just the sheer number. So they were like completely taking the mickey, saying it was the most carbon friendly airline. It was like, no. And so they got in trouble with the advertising standards. So this is sort of one example where the Green Claims Code, they're starting to say, you can't advertise like that. So it's really good to actually help guide people who are selling tourism as to what is allowed and what's not. So I'm just going to skip back. And then we also have certification and accreditation. Does Costa Rica have its own certification program for green tourism? What did I say? I think it's on my head. It's because Costa Rica's got its own, right? Costa Rica has its own, Croatia has its own. Each region, yeah. They have their own.
I don't know the name, but here in Dalmatia, it's the Dalmatia Green.
Okay.
This is, for example, it was our first certificate from, and the second one, we choice. Every private owner's choice his way and what certificate he needs. So if for example, we choose green key certificates from booking.com because they say, okay, this is the best one. So I found the way I can, from which company I can take this certificate, what I need to do, blah, blah. And so we take this green key. It's up to you.
Yeah, so it's a voluntary scheme that you belong to. Yeah, much like most
now
places.
I just want to say, later when I take this green key certificate, I ask booking, okay, you need to valorize me. I need to make some small sign that I am certificated property.
Yeah.
And for a long time, they just promise, okay, we will do it, and now they make mark sustainable property.
Exactly. So they've now done that. Yeah.
So
and you know
why
they didn't do it for a long time was, you know, that the algorithms that booking.com works to and other sites like TripAdvisor, they're generally price-led, right? When they tested it to begin with, they found that more consumers clicked through on it because they were interested in the certification, but they didn't end up buying it. So the conversion rate actually dropped. And so in their algorithms, where they prioritize conversion rate because they're trying to make the most money, in actual fact, the green certification places then went even lower than they were before. And so that was a problem because they didn't want that result and they had to change how it worked, I think. Yeah. So I find that very interesting that they had to think, they're having to think in different ways too. So yeah, one of the questions I often get asked is there a global certificate, standard? And no, there's not. In tourism, we have 200 plus in the world for green tourism. And, some countries have their own, some regions have their own, some tourism types have their own. And what the Global Sustainable Tourism Council does, the GSTC, they provide a recognition of standards. So they try to be like a standard of standards. They try to say this standard's good, this one passes our test. So that there's a limited number of standards that we know we're all kind of coming towards the same place because there's so many in tourism. And so the long run, the logo at the bottom there, they're a private protected area network who use tourism for conservation and community benefit. I used to work for them. They have a protected areas standard. Green tourism is the big one in the UK. I've done some work with them as well in the past, and they're more like hotels and B&Bs, but also some theme parks. Travel Life is probably pretty common here, I'm guessing. TUI is the big one with TUI. Then we have the EU Eco Label. That's something else that's probably popular here. One that's really gaining ground is the B Corp. Do you know B Corp? That's, oh, interesting. Okay, so that's come out originally from the US, and California made a law that said if you're a benefit corporation, we will give you a different tax status to if you're a normal for-profit business. So it's a bit like being a social enterprise, if you can prove that way. And out of that came this B Corp label. Now, B Corp is a separate company. It's not just about the tax status. And they've made that international. But the interesting thing about B Corp is it's not tourism specific. It goes across all industries. And it's probably the single one that's recognized by the consumer public. And so I would suggest that all of these programs are really good for helping advise any company on how to improve their sustainability. So it's very much a B2B advisory journey on your sustainable product and how you improve your own sustainability. And it's largely not recognized by the consumer public. Probably the one that is B Corp, but it's not tourism specific. So it's, you know, if you've got the time to have both, great. The downsides of any of these labels is that they're not really a marketing. People often look at it as a marketing aid, and actually they haven't been shown to necessarily improve your sales, but maybe that's starting, right, just now. People are starting to know to look for labels, and particularly because Booking.com and TripAdvisor, et cetera, are starting to integrate. What they do is all the standards that are in the Global Sustainable Tourism Recognized Standards, they flag those up in Booking.com. So you said yours was Green Key. So Green Key is one of the big partners for Booking.com. Yeah. So that, you know, the downside is we all pay for these, and the upside is you get good advice on sustainability. What I find is that we get some really excellent businesses on sustainability who choose to put their money and their time into their projects and not into having labels. And then you get other businesses who put their time and money into having labels, and they're actually not so good at their product. So a label doesn't necessarily mean that it is, you know, that some people try and use it for greenwashing, but at the end of the day, it pushes people more down the sustainable journey. So that's maybe not a bad thing.
If I just make an addition to these labels that you showing on the previous slide, just to remind our colleagues that Travel Life as a tool, as a system of certification of travel agencies and tour operators is present in Croatia, thanking to our association. So UHPA has introduced it quite a long time ago with our colleagues from Travel Life, and we built our own capacity in the office, and our members are supported throughout the journey through Travel Life.
Great.
And they can approach our office for any kind of support, and they can become a Travel Life member, and they can apply for the Travel Life partner or Travel Life fully certified status. So we have quite a few. And during the Sustur project, there is an additional benefit that they can use for education, because there are over 16 online courses available already over there, and there would be some more added. And it would be free of charge for those who enter Travel Life system during the project until the next September. So we are looking forward that we will have some more colleagues implementing that system. It's really, really helpful.
Great.
Besides that one, there is also for hotel and accommodation, which is run by APTA, British Association. So it's a good tool. It's a really good tool, and it's completely improved and upgraded. And there are a lot of new features available for the travel agencies as well.
And absolutely, I mean, of those 200 plus labels, Travel Life is certainly in the top 5, right? It's probably it's probably the best known in the world.
And it's fully accredited by
GSTC, exactly. And really the top ones, if you look at GSTC recognized, I don't know how many they've got recognized now, 15, something like that. But yeah, I mean, the long run green tourism I mentioned, they're all recognized. I don't think B Corp is, because it's not travel specific. So B Corp is very much about how you sort of run your operations as an office, more than actually applying it to your tourism supply chain necessarily. And then there's voluntary community stroke schemes, which we can all learn from. So I'm, for example, part of Tourism Declares Climate Emergency. That was launched a couple of years back. And this is about us looking at our carbon impact and starting to publicly report our carbon. And that kind of morphed into two things. I don't know if you saw this year with COP26 in November, the UNWTO got involved in Climate Declares Tourism Emergency and started to support that. And so together they have formed the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism. And that's got about 500 companies signed up to that now. So, you know, a good number, but nothing compared to the number of tourism organizations in the world. And that's everyone saying, okay, we're prepared to put a plan together to reduce our impacts on carbon, and we'll publicly report that. So there's a very sort of structured approach to it. And Tourism Declares Climate Emergency was launched at around the same time as an organization, a loose organization called the Future of Tourism. That came together from 6 NGOs, Center of Responsible Tourism in the US, Travel Foundation in the UK, 4 others, I forget exactly who. And so those two have merged now. So Tourism Declares Climate Emergency has sort of come into the Glasgow Declaration. That's become the climate part of the Future of Tourism. And the Future of Tourism has itself something like 15 different areas that it looks at, climate included, biodiversity, etc., about what we need to do. So they're all free communities, and they're all free to sign up and sort of commit your forward actions to, and we can, they all run communities, and they all run lots of webinars and stuff. So if you're not involved in them, just sign up for the communities, and you can learn a lot from doing that, and you can move on. And then obviously we've had the World Travel and Tourism Council, who've created the Safe Travels label through COVID. And then there's something else by the UN called the Global Tourism Plastics Initiative. And, you know, lots of big companies signing up to that. How can we reduce our plastics in tourism? So they're good schemes to just learn from. We talked about greenwashing. Now, greenwashing also gets done by DMOs. So on the left is a picture from South Africa. Now, I wax lyrical about South Africa because I love South Africa and I think they're brilliant. But then they go out and do something like this. This came out at the same time as they're doing a responsible tourism marketing, and this is actually my personal photo of a poster I saw in an airport. I think it was Cape Town or Johannesburg, and it's a very nice tourist-friendly picture. But they're petting lions, and that's like a really big no-no in responsible tourism. So on the one hand, they're talking about responsible tourism, and on the other hand, in their own airport, they're marketing petting lions. It's like, no, guys, you really can't do this. And then this is a video of another DMO. Is that going to work? Yeah. So that, always beautiful, Syria. So it's probably that was launched in 2016, that video, by the DMO in Syria. And that was a month before the month the Syrian army announced the capture of eastern Aleppo and the complete evacuation of rebels and civilians, and Palmyra was captured by ISIS from the Syrian Arab army control. So they, what was going on in terms of war in their country. And the tourist board came out with that. It's like probably the biggest example of greenwashing I've seen, and just not truthful, not at all. Oops. Oh, we have to go back over here. So we're on to our next question. If we think back to the discussions we've had so far, Next question is, what is the purpose of tourism? And I'll give you 5 minutes to discuss. All right, guys. There's some storytelling going on down here, I think. My hair's doing something funny with this mic. Okay, you're on. Who wants to go first? Gents. Guys, what is the purpose of tourism? I'm picking on you. Ah. rest and de-stress from a consumer standpoint, right? Okay. Cultural exchange. Yeah? Cultural learning. Like me learning about apartmentization. I've got to learn the Croatian word for it next, right? That's going to be the challenge. Get to know yourself. Personal development, nice, yeah. Personal awareness and development. It's funny, isn't it? We can't do that at home so much sometimes. We need to go away to do it. It's true, brings big perspective, doesn't it, when we see what happens in other places. Yeah. New experiences.
Can I say?
So open your mind, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so boost of the revenue of the economy.
Boost economy. Revenues. Yeah, anything else? What else have we got? Veza's looking like she's going to say something back there. Just thinking. What about, we had earlier, education? Can that be a purpose of tourism? Yeah. Yeah, so we've got cultural things, right? Language. Try the food. The ladies later will be teaching me how to dance Croatian style. Maybe they're going to be my tour guides. Any other big things? Okay. Moves around, makes a lot of noise when I move around this, doesn't it? So, who is familiar with this? I can't remember who put their hand up. The UN Sustainable Development Goals. Neda, two ladies at the back, ladies here. So, this is the UN, United Nations, Agenda 2030. So what they're aiming to do by the year 2030. And this followed on from something called the Millennium Development Goals that were created for the Millennium. And when they ran out in 2015, they said, oh, what do we do now? Okay, we create the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. And they have these 17 goals for the world. So all the countries of the UN are signed up to these goals, and they each have their country targets. A bit like with COP26, how we've all got targets for our carbon with that. With the issues here, we all signed up to create a better world through these issues. So no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, education, good education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable, accessible alternative energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life underwater, because things are getting impacted massively in water, life on land, conservation, peace, justice and strong institutions, and partnerships to help us achieve all of these things. And tourism can help all of these issues, because pretty much tourism goes to every corner in the world more than any other sector, and probably can contribute to those places more than any other place in the world, right? Any other sector in the world. So where we get other industries, like, I don't know, mining, for example, that's extractive, it's not contributing, and it only happens in certain little places, and yes, it might benefit the people locally to those things, but tourism reaches more people than anything else, probably. So tourism's really well placed to help the world deliver the sustainable development goals. And actually what we're talking about there isn't just sustainable tourism, it's actually tourism for sustainable development. So it's how tourism contributes to these issues. And many of these things we've touched on today: conservation, culture, communities, etc. And so on my website, I actually write a lot about the Sustainable Development Goals, how tourism impacts on that. So if you want to kind of go into depth on any of those, go have a read of that. But what's super handy about this is the big issues the world is faced with, it breaks it down into very manageable chunks, and we can think how it relates to each of these things. And in particular, the world we're going through now, we've got state budgets are being slashed, where they haven't got as much money to support issues in their countries. Charity and aid budgets are getting slashed. And actually tourism is seen more and more as the sector that can come and help with these things, where we're getting cutting in funding from other sources. And it's about saying, minimizing negative impacts isn't enough. This is about how we maximize the positive contributions that tourism can make to the planet and to society. So this can be a really useful framework for how you're marketing tourism for positive impacts. And so this was some research done by Euromonitor, if you know them, big research company. And they looked at each of the Sustainable Development Goals, and they looked at all the industries and how much they interrelate with those and how much they're sort of using them. And they looked at travel. And they found some really big discrepancies. Travel is generally far behind on how we support the Sustainable Development Goals, surprisingly. Even though we're the sector that's most engaged with all those things in the world, we touch upon all of those issues, probably more than many others, and yet we don't really engage in it that much. So just an example, they looked at how the issues that consumers are concerned with, and then they looked at how that compares to what industries are actually doing. So for example, they found that 64% of global consumers were worried about climate change, but only 50% of travel companies were actually doing anything about climate change. So we start to see the gaps of where we can move in to say, there's consumer desires here, but we're not matching those consumer desires, and how can we start to market tourism to support these issues, basically. And so we get to the point on that graph again, where we're moving from not just conventional tourism through green tourism, from sustainable tourism to what we call restorative tourism. So we're actually helping fix the world issues. And that's kind of where we are with that. And now we only have 8 years for the Sustainable Development Goals, and that's gone by very quickly. There's a lot to achieve. And COVID has literally sent them all backwards completely. So where we'd got to with the world developments, in helping education, in helping health, COVID has had such a negative impact on the world, we've gone back years, basically. So there's a lot more to achieve. So what we start to do is actually think about tourism, not just creating those sort of biodiversity degradation, damaging communities, but how can we actually have tourism that is helping these issues? And we're moving to using less energy, less resources, being less extractive, and moving more to providing a value which is beyond just resource use, right? So I've got another question for you. What is your mission? If we think, is our mission to support communities, is our mission to conserve? So some travel companies are very much involved in wildlife conservation, that's their mission. Do we have a mission? So if you have a think about, for a couple of minutes, if you have a mission that's beyond profit, maybe. To eat later. Supporting food production systems then, right, okay. At the back. Our lady at the back. Ah, that's your mission. Okay. I'm not going to remember all of that. To enable guests to book their Adriatic trip in a simple and convenient way is what I remembered. Something around that. Anyone else, do you have a mission in your businesses? I think this lady over here has a mission. She's not paying attention. She's concentrating on writing an email there. She's she's involved in her mission. She is on a mission. Yeah. My mission at Earth Changes is to promote positive impact tourism. Probably. My mission at Earth Changes, I would actually say, is to change the world through tourism. Whether that's consumers, whether that's the industry, whether that's, everyone. Evoke awareness. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Evoke awareness of sustainability. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? You have to know your audience. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard though sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. Well, maybe this is changing now. Well, the fact that they're doing this today and the tourism board has asked for this and people like you are here, yeah, there's a shift. Definitely. Any other missions? No. Not at the moment. Veselka. Okay, so that was seamless travel experiences presented as a force for good. To deliver positive change. That mic's not working, is it? Is it on? Is it? I don't think I can hear it. So yeah, very much focused on positive change. Yeah, which is hard, right? Do you measure your impacts? Yeah. Reporting almost becomes the least important, but sometimes it's really important to be able to communicate, right? Yeah. Than a reporter. Yeah. But reporting is the evidence that you're not, we know you're not greenwashing, but, yeah. Showing to the consumers you're not greenwashing, yeah. Okay.
Don't be afraid. Some things are not needed to be measured exactly, but there is only evidence for some things because not only criteria are mandatory. So if they are not mandatory, but you do something and you are planning to do something, then it's additional, things. But some things, the criteria that were actually developed within the Travel Life system were at the time that we were implementing it in Croatia in 2012, 2013, we actually tailor-made to the local country. Mm-hmm. So they are tailor-made because some things are not available or not applicable.
Yeah.
And you just can't force a criteria or requirement which is not realistic.
Which you can't do, yeah.
So there is no obligation also to offset in Croatia. However, there are some other ways that you can have a positive impact in that area.
Well, I'm not necessarily a fan of offsetting because actually a lot of offsetting is rubbish, right? So it gives a false impression that something is good when it's not. There's a lot of greenwashing in offsetting alone. Yeah.
And certainly, we have to be very, very realistic because we're talking about micro, small, and medium-sized companies.
Mm.
And to be honest, there are our members that are only one-man band or one-man
Yeah.
lady
Well, you know,
running
I
the
mean, that-
company. They don't have resources
No.
to measure and produce the statistics that are not, you know.
It's a
what's the-
challenge.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's
So
the
it's
most
not
that's
necessary.
most the tourism industry worldwide. You know, they're not all the Booking.coms, big companies with the resources, definitely. And if they're not doing anything about it, what are the small guys? You know, they're run off their feet, trying to just. At the moment, they're running to keep still, right? So this brings us to Mr. Kotler again, and what he wrote a new book called Marketing 3.0, is one of the most recent, and it's to represent the shift in values, where consumers aren't just thinking products anymore, and it's not just about what the customer wants, but it's about human spirit. So it's a sort of deeper level of thought, and it focuses on the customer being a human being, not just a consumer of resources. And that human being, yes, there's material needs, but there's also emotional needs and spiritual needs. And where we say spiritual, I guess you can kind of interpret that as anything that's non-material, intangible, are kind of, yeah, a more emotive stuff. And that's about values, it's about our hearts and our minds, and it's about being collaborative and cultural, and like I said, spiritual. So when we work with partners, if we're that way inclined, we need to look at those common values that we work with people. Like, so for example, at Earth Changers, we have our values, and I look for those values in anyone I'm going to work with, and I actually have 3 specific values, and I'll think if I'm working with a partner, do they match these values? And if they don't, it's probably a red flag to me. And sometimes I get it wrong, and I realize afterwards they weren't the right values, right? And it's all about making the world a better place. So this is what marketing is moving into now. So when we talk about it being collaborative, we've got the impact of technology and connectivity and interactivity, and how we've seen the internet, for example, develop, and how we use that for marketing, and the participatory approach that we see with consumers. So consumers are no longer just consumers, they're also producers of content, because it's interactive. So it's what we call prosumption, produce and consume, prosumption. And social media, yeah, it's very contributive. So for example, Facebook or blogs, it's very collaborative, like Wikipedia. We can open source and connect and contribute ourselves. And so very much about sort of, you know, we see it in crowdsourcing, whether that's ideas, whether that's funding. It's involving our audience in what we do and helping all create the product together. Now, did anyone ever see this campaign by Sweden called Call a Random Swede? Okay, I love this. It's crazy. They did it in 2016, so it's a few years back. But basically what they did is they had a telephone number that connected to anyone in Sweden who said, yeah, we'll be part of the campaign. So anyone globally could call this Swedish number, and then you would literally get connected to a random Swede, and you have a conversation with them. And so it was their DMO did this. And they had 197,000 calls to this number in order to market Sweden from 190 countries. And they had 367 days of calls in time and 9 minutes and 21 seconds. But I'll just play a video. It's just fun. But it really put Sweden on the map, and it got reported in media, in sort of online media, as well as tourism media, obviously. Oh, that one hasn't worked. I've lost it. If I go there, will it play?
Call the nation Sweden. You learn a few key things. If you know nothing about soccer, you learn about Slav.
Who would you say is the most famous person in Sweden?
You learn how they cope with low light in winter.
One thing I wanted to ask you was about the
area where you grow berries for commercial use, but if it's wild berries, you're allowed to visit as a private person.
Right. That's really good.
Yeah? Yeah, okay. Well, most famous from Sweden, I would say probably, I would reckon maybe ABBA, or the ABBA group in music.
Ah, yeah. No, I'm definitely familiar with them. That makes sense.
So there you go. I love that campaign. So you're involving your audience, you're bringing out cultural identity because they're questioning about stuff. And yeah, it's just a really fun way of doing it, right? Whoopsie. Where's my PowerPoint gone? So another part of Marketing 3.0 is very much about culture, cultural change. And in that we see the impact of globalization, which again is driven by tech, what's happening with technology in the world. But that enables that exchange of information. So we can call other countries easily, probably via WhatsApp or whatever. But the paradox of all these things is that on the one hand, it kind of gives us greater liberties, but on the other hand, it can create quite political pressures at times. So we have to be willing to be very open about stuff. So it changes, we can't control things when they're globalized so much. You know, even recently with the Russian war, right, in Ukraine, we've seen Russia try and control the information to its citizens, but the rest of the world knows what's going on. So it's only a matter of time before Russia really knows what's going on, I'm sure. So we have a world without borders generally because of technology, and that really affects information, transport, politics, psychology, and it's been interesting in lockdown that we were all sort of, you know, held back from that globalized world and what that did to us, and how many people felt very hemmed in by not being able to travel as normal. And so we are very aware of the economic integration of the world now, which is completely different, say, to the last war, after the last war, where we're all very separate countries. We're very integrated these days. Even England, even though we've Brexited, we're still there really in Europe. And so the paradox of that is it really highlights the inequalities in the world, and possibly how tourism can then help other countries by bringing in the wealth of tourism to help development. And so we have this sort of paradox between when something's uniform, like it has to be standardized for a globalized approach, we have to talk to people in the same way to all cultures, maybe, versus a diversity where we actually have to tailor to talk to people in different ways. So it's a bit of a clash sometimes between these sort of old values and new values. And if we're talking about multicultural, this is a video that Switzerland did. They had their first Indian ambassador to Switzerland, and they created this video with this. And so he's experiencing Switzerland, like completely different destination for him. So I think he was a big influencer in India, so obviously Switzerland wanted to have his reach in India. And if I recall rightly, he hadn't been out of India. You know, this was his first time going anywhere in the world, let alone Switzerland, and such a completely different life experience for him. So I thought that was a really fun kind of campaign too, to just highlight how exciting it was for him. And we forget that, I think, sometimes when we travel. Everything was so small, yeah. Except mountains are big to me in India, but. So in marketing, we have these paradoxes, these sort of conflicts between old and new or different ways. And And cultural brands try to resolve these conflicts. They try to solve the issues we've got. And so they look for how we can connect with others and how we can use community. So marketing to sort of these new values needs to think, how do we connect to people? How do we help solve the conflicts within the society we've got? And a lot of that is understanding anthropology and it's understanding psychology. And where that's going, the sense of direction that's going is really important to consumers. So it's about supporting causes. And as we were talking earlier, that paradox and the awareness of those conflicts leads to greater awareness and education around responsibility. This is a video done by South Africa Tourism, yet again, another South Africa one. Oh, gone too far. Very emotional, right? Very clever. Because it's so much about his experience and you're like really engaged in it, and then it's only at the end you realize the guy's blind. And so for them, they're sort of supporting inclusivity and diversity. And for South Africa, that's so important because they were obviously a society that repressed diversity historically. And yeah, gives me goosebumps, that one. Did you like that? It's a clever advert. What was that, sorry? What about the sharks? Sharks in the water, yeah. They put you in a cage and send you in with the sharks. Not very responsible, not for me. So, marketing 3.0, we talked about it also being spiritual. So it's the kind of non-tangible stuff. It's the non-material. It's our emotions. It's our inclusivity. It's our creativity experiences, yeah. And so technology helps drive some of this opportunity, and it communicates that. And yeah, we're the age of a creative society. We've kind of got to create new content all the time, right? And we're about influence and influencers. And a lot of that's going on through cultural issues and through collaboration. And that creativity can actually support then issues of deprivation or historical challenges. How we can engage people so that our historical challenges aren't seen as a negative thing, but they're teaching us to move on and to embrace what we have, but learn from those issues. And that creativity spurs that sort of, does anyone remember Maslow's hierarchy? Did you learn about that? A hierarchy of needs. So at your base level, you have your shelter and your food and your water. And as you go higher and higher up the pyramid and it gets smaller, we move into more spiritual needs, but it's what we call self-actualization. So it's all about personal development rather than the physical needs. It's our emotional development. And so here's a kind of example of how Dubai did this in spiritual marketing a little bit, what we call spiritual. Cut short. But yeah, so it's about emotions and minds and hearts and intangible stuff. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Is that the right one? Okay. So, how Philip Kotler described marketing 3.0 as a definition is the difference between marketing 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, in order, these things, is whether you're reaching the customer's mind or heart or spirit. 1, 2, 3. Whether you're product-centered, customer-oriented, or values-driven. So we're shifting now from customer-oriented to values-driven. Whether you can see yourself as creating economic value, creating people value, or environmental value. And we're very much around creating that kind of social environmental value now. And whether you're concerned, all you're concerned with is profits, social progress, or sustainability. So we're very much moving into the age of sustainability, right? And so where we are on this graph that we come back to, as we move from the degenerative stuff, the things that damage, to the more restorative and regenerative, the things that contribute and add value, there's a gap in the middle there. It's a mind shift gap, what they call the ontological threshold. And it's when we change our attitudes to how we consume. So we're not just consuming, we're helping produce, we're content creating, we're innovative, and we're thinking about how we can contribute to society rather than just take away from society. And so historically we might have sold and marketed by thinking about what are the features, advantages and benefits. So when we write about a hotel, we might write about the fact it's got a pool and what's the advantages and benefits for the consumer of having the pool or for the hotel. And that's now changing because those advantages and benefits aren't just about a physical attribute of a hotel. It's about how's that helping society? What's the advantages and benefits for the world? What's the advantages and benefits for the social impact, for the environmental impact? So we're always thinking about the why, if you like. So I've got a question for you. On the back of your sheets, this is a little game. And you've got a big, long list of words there. And I'm going to give you 3 minutes and I did this exercise when I first started my business. It's actually how I came up with my 3 values. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to, let me tie my, if my phone listens. Oh. Okay, I want you to pick out 10 of those words in 3 minutes that really speak to you, or either you as a person or you as an organization, whichever you want to pick. Yeah, 10. You ready? Set. Now, what I'm going to do is give you 1 minute, and you have to get your 10 down to 5. So cut the 10 choices in half. You ready? Go. Extra seconds there because my stopwatch stopped for a bit, so I don't know how long it was. All right. Have you got your 5? Thank you. Reminding me how many. Okay, now you've got one more in a minute. No, actually, let's not make it in a 1 minute. Let's make it 30 seconds. To get your 5, undo. 30 seconds from 5 to 3. Okay, go. One, time's up. There we go. Okay, so you've got 3 values, hopefully, that are your strongest, that appeal to you, that you've chosen. I'll share mine. So as Earth Changers, when I did this originally when I started my business, and my 3 are adventure, connection, and integrity. And adventure is not just travel, but also pioneering and lifelong learning, and being adventurous about life. And connection is with people and places and the purpose of what we do, ourselves, the spirituality, the whole Earth ecosystem, everything is connected, right? And then integrity comes from, we say what we do what we say, ethical, open, honest, transparent, all those kind of things. So who's willing to share their 3? Vaza, what have you got?
Which you gave us.
It's very short, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's really short.
It's hard, but it actually, I think the first bit is the hardest when you've got the big long list, right?
And the list was really huge, and just to browse through
And
it was a challenge.
To admit, you're doing this in the second language again, because, I'm doing it in my own language, so
So
fair play to you.
I ended up with credibility,
Mm-hmm.
happiness,
Okay,
as you know
nice.
me, and responsibility.
Do you think that represents your business?
It should, and I really hope it does.
Yeah. It's certainly, from what I know of you, which isn't very much, but I would think that sounds pretty much what it is, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else willing to share what you've got? What did you get? Anyone? Yeah. Experience, learning, and pleasure. That's good. Yeah, they're nice. There we go. Are you delivering that? Yeah. Hope so too.
Kindness, flexibility, and empathy.
You're probably all about other people, right? Kindness and empathy to people. You're a Pisces. Is it? Represents your Pisces, you said. Is that what that is? Pisces is emotional, right? You know that, yeah. Very creative. I'm a Scorpio. We get on well with Pisces. You're lucky. Are you? Oh, well, I've got good tour guides then. The creativity will come out, yeah.
So I have teamwork, trust, and growth.
Oh, nice, yeah.
I have loyalty, support, and teamwork.
Nice, teamwork as well. Do you guys work the same business? Oh, that's good. That works. Otherwise, if you were opposite, that might be a bit of a challenge, right? Anyone else willing to share? Yeah.
I have creativity, dreaming, and energy.
Are you Pisces as well? Are you Pisces as well? That's very Pisces. No. Creativity, dreaming, and energy. Nice. Any here? Yeah, go on.
I haven't
Oops.
thought about me, but my organization that I
Yeah.
work for, and I got ambition, education, and leadership.
Wow. They're very pioneering, right? Yeah, very business. Excellent.
I have courage, make a difference, and open-mindedness.
Nice. Very responsible tourism. Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool. So when we're talking about a values-based approach, we have to think, what are our values, and our product, our marketing, is it speaking to those things? Is it speaking to those consumers that we want to attract around those values? And that's just, I personally found that although it's quite stressful activity to try and do, actually it was very representative of what I then created with Earth Changers, I think. And then I have a manifesto there, which is a sort of poetic form of my mission. We don't have to read it now, but it's very much about those values. So my values approach wasn't about saying, here's my mission in very kind of black or white terms. It's probably a very creative Pisces thing to do, even though I'm not a Pisces. So that brings us on to regenerative tourism. So we've gone a bit further. And you might hear this talked about a bit now. And in effect, what regenerative tourism does is it creates the conditions for life to continuously renew itself, to transcend into new forms, and to flourish amid ever-changing life conditions. So tourism that does that. So it's about life flourishing for everybody. And it's about being very dynamic. And in actual fact, what regenerative tourism does, or regenerative anything, it takes its cues and it sort of takes its inspiration from nature. And in the way that nature continuously evolves, in the way that nature's continuously connected to everything, we kind of invoke a natural approach to things. So that's what regenerative tourism is. It's about growing the things that matter. So it's not that growth is a bad thing, it's a good thing if it obviously helps life flourish, not if it doesn't. And so a lot of this is about recognizing that conditions are changing, and we have to dynamically evolve with the changing conditions, and that's about systems change. And so where we were talking before with Marketing 3.0 and Kotler and the paradox is the conflicts, and those conflicts are coming because our world is changing and our systems haven't yet caught up to that change. So we've got different values and different ways we want to do things and different things we want to achieve, and we're trying to work with old systems to do that, and that's causing conflicts. And that's causing conflicts in tourism, like over-tourism, degradation of resources. So within regenerative tourism, we want thriving communities. That's the communities flourishing. And it's up to them that decide what happens there. It's not up to external parties like British tour operators, for example. So here's a video, which another South Africa tourism one. They're very good at this stuff. And this shows maybe a regenerative tourism approach. So there we go. So I think if you notice that, they're not using tourists, they're using the local people, the local language. They're talking about regeneration and resilience and coming back, and they're using their history to market what they're going to be in the future, what they want to be, how they've changed. So very much about change. I have to come over here at this point and do the computer. So regeneration is saying, what if the existing structure isn't desirable anymore? This is a TED talk which you can look up, we won't do it now, but by a lady called Maya Tamp on regeneration on YouTube. And she says sustainability, as usual, is not enough to face the biggest threats we have. Climate change, biodiversity, water scarcity. She says the three big ones. This was before COVID. We've got health crisis of COVID on top of that, We've obviously got war in Ukraine. Hopefully that's only going to be a temporary thing. But we've got some really big issues, and we have to be able to say, actually sustainability, if we define sustainability as just action that sustains the world, we don't want to just sustain anymore. We want it better. We want to fix it, and we want to fix our issues. So it's not enough. We've got to think of different ways of doing things. So back on this graph, we're moving then from being restorative, getting back to fix things, to regenerative, so the positive contribution we can make. And tourism can help do this, so supporting our biodiversity, supporting our climate, supporting our inequalities worldwide. And so this brings me to the end. You'll be glad I've run over a little bit, Neda. And has anyone ever seen this? Simon Sinek, start with the why. Has everyone seen it? We'll play it. And really this is certainly what I did with Earth Changes. I started with the why. And I think that's why a lot of people have paid attention. Oops. This is a short form of the video. There's like 3 different lengths on YouTube if you want to go into it more.
This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do 100%. Some know how they do it. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. By why, I mean what's your purpose, what's your cause, what's your belief, and why should anyone care? The inspired leaders, the inspired organizations all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Yeah. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we're better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? People don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. The goal is not to do business with anybody, with everybody who needs what you have. The goal is to do business with people who believe what you believe. Again, the goal is not just to sell people who need what you have. The goal is to sell people who believe what you believe. If you hire people just because they can do a job, they'll work for your money. But if you hire people who believe what you believe, they work for you, blood and sweat and tears. Something called the law of diffusion of innovation. The first 2.5% of our population are our innovators. The next 13.5% of our population are our early adopters. The next 34% are your early majority, your late majority, and your laggards. But if you want mass market success or mass market acceptance of an idea, you cannot have it until you achieve this tipping point between 15 and 18% market penetration. So it's this here, this little gap that you have to close. Because you see, the early majority will not try something until someone else has tried it first. And these guys, the innovators and the early adopters, they're more comfortable making those intuitive decisions that are driven by what they believe about the world and not just what product is available. These are the people who stood online for 6 hours to buy an iPhone when they first came out. Leaders hold a position of power or authority, but those who lead inspire us. And it's those who start with why, that have the ability to inspire those around them, will find others who inspire them. Thank you very much.
There we go. So start with the why, and we start with our values. Certainly what I did with my business at Earth Changes. And, whoopsie. So a couple of ebook downloads for you if you want. On my website, there's a couple of bit.ly links. Earth Changes, Sustainable Tourism Intro ebook, or a Travel in the Sustainable Development Goals, but you can find out a lot more information online. And that's it from me. Any questions for the whole session? I'll get in trouble for running over, I think. Any observations? Anything? What have you learnt today? What stands out? What do you remember most? We have to make the change. Yeah. We all do, right? Thank you. Did it all make sense? Is there anything that didn't make sense? Good. Thank you. There you go. You can go and eat now. Thank you. Thank you for engaging.
Thank you, Vicky. It was really amazing and inspirative as always, having you here with us. Thank you so much. Drage kolegice i kolege, evo, došli smo do kraja današnje radionice, 4. u nizu. Time smo zaključili jedan proljetni ciklus uoči velikih blagdana koje nas očekuju, uoči sezone za koju se nadam da će nam biti dobra, sigurna, zdrava, kako privatno, tako i poslovno. Još jednom se svima skupa najljepše zahvaljujem na dolasku. Također se zahvaljujem svim našim kolegicama i kolegama koje su nas pratile na Facebooku i YouTubeu, jer je ovaj workshop prenošen uživo zahvaljujući Turističkoj zajednici Splitsko-dalmatinske županije, koja je i omogućila ovaj edukacijski projekt u ovom proljetnom terminu. Puno hvala direktoru Jošku Steli i njegovom timu i njegovim suradnicima na uspješnoj realizaciji i nadam se da ćemo se uskoro vidjeti opet uživo, bez COVID potvrda, bez maski. Od srca vam svima još jedanput hvala i vidimo se uskoro, ja se nadam.